Once again, we need new entry time trials to 3 and 4, please. New entry time trials. Need you to 3 and 4, please. Well, once again, new entry time trials. New entry time trials. Need you to 3 and 4 immediately. You're coming out onto the racetrack now. And doubles. Round 1 elimination call for doubles. Need you to 1 and 2, please. Round 1 elimination call for doubles. We need you to 1 and 2, please. Levi Boozer starting out with a double 0-2. Kevin Pollard, 5:43, 127. Garrett Howell, 001 on the wrong side for his time trial, 6:46, 104, 6:11 for the S10 Extreme. Chris Dixon, 17 on the red side, 6:43, 105, 6:48, 106. Okay, sales and recycling side. One of Tim Douglas's cars. Brandon White going to be driving it. Brandon, 31, and nice little wheels up leave, as that Camaro always does. 6:13, 111, 696, 98. An absolutely perfect day for drag racing here at Piedmont Dragway. .647, 106 for the Camaro. Mustang, 779, 89 miles an hour. David Spaw. David Spaw, 740 at 93 miles an hour for the Indian Outlaw. Once again, round one doubles, need you to the staging lanes, please. Round one doubles, need you to the staging lanes, please, and thank you. Round one doubles, need you to the staging lanes, please. Absolute final call for new entry time trials. I know a couple of those guys were doubled and coming back, but this is the absolute final call for new entry time trials. We have called round number one. Eliminations, doubles, need you to the lanes immediately, please. Round one eliminations, doubles, need you to the lanes. Pink, you are on standby. And I want to welcome those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. I want to thank you guys. A lot of you have been joining us all weekend long, of course. And we call doubles and pink. Doubles and pink. Need you to the lanes, please. Doubles and pink. Need you to the lanes, please. Well, folks, I think that's going to do it for our new entry time trials. I don't see anybody else down there, so I'm going to say that's going to do it. We call doubles and pink. Round one, doubles, round one, pink. Need you to staging lanes, please. We are just about ready to start round number one of eliminations here at Bruzy Transmissions and Converters Sunday at the ATI Performance Products BigFoot 75K weekend. If you've been watching or been here over the weekend, if you've been watching on MotorMania TV presented by Summit Racing Equipment, what a great bunch of racing we've had this weekend. At Edmund Allison, our winner Friday, and the main event on Friday for Summit Racing Equipment Friday. And our Gamblers winner was Nick Hastings. Yesterday, main event, $75,000 main event winner was Soggy Dunn over Nick Hastings in an absolutely epic race. Pretty doggone good race, too, in the final of our Gamblers last night as Caleb Ellison got the victory over Randy Biddle Jr. And now we are getting ready to crown one more champ for the weekend on what is an absolutely spectacularly beautiful day here at in North Carolina for drag racing. So, folks, once again, we want to welcome everybody who's made their way here this weekend. Thank you very much for supporting Team Loose Rocker, Team Piedmont. We really appreciate it. And we are about to get, like I said, round number one of a Bruzy Transmissions and Converters Sunday here at Piedmont Dragway. But before we do it, we're going to first have our invocation and the national anthem. And given the invocation, the young lady at the lead of the church service this morning, Gary, of course, doing the legwork down there. Was he filming today? He's filming. And you'll be able. Can they see that online someplace?
Yes, it will be at GodspeedMinistry.com. It'll also be on Facebook, Godspeed Ministry, in a few weeks. We've got schedules already, but yes, we always publish 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Join us for Godspeed Ministry Church Service, Facebook Live, or Facebook.
Very good. So there you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, giving our invocation today, Renee Bingham. Renee?
Thank you, Ron. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, would you please rise, and gentlemen, be so kind as to remove your hats, and let's go to the Lord, the King, the sovereign God of the universe, who made it all, and give him praise today. Let us pray. Father, we bow before you this day. Thank you. Thank you for this beautiful weather. Thank you for this facility. We pray your blessings, Father, upon this event today. Father, we bless that track, that it was created for great ETs, for straight runs, and to give pleasure. And today, Father, we just cancel every harsh word spoken against it, and we ask that track to do its intended purpose. And Father, I ask you to line that facility with your angels, to guide, to guard, to speed us on our way, and to bring us to the completion with joy. And Father, let us be grateful in everything. We do not even know, Father, that today all of us here at this track today are in the top 5% wealthy people in the world. We take it for granted, Father, but you have blessed us with life, with resources, with the ability to be here. And Father, I just bless each and every person upon this property. Give them a heart of gratitude, because gratitude is the sauce of happiness that makes life enjoyable and worth living. And Father, we pray for everyone listening to us. May they know that joy and pleasure. May they walk in your presence and peace. And Father, we thank you for this opportunity. In the power of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. And please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ivy Hutto. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again for being here at Piedmont Dragway, Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters Sunday. Get ready to come at you. Before we begin this round, I want to give a shout out to my friends, the Maskell family up there. Just remembering Patty today. Here we go. Tell you what, Friday's winner into the water box right away. The Greg Hines Racing Chevy Nova, driven by Edmund Ellison. Up against the Mousetrap, Buick Apollo, Lee Zane. Stock Eliminator Legal, Buick Apollo. Elmer, New Jersey native, Lee and Marie. Been here all weekend having a good time. The Rodent Wrangler is in and set. And Lee, 28 on the wrong side. And the win light will go to Ellison, 41 with a 6 on the 46. Zane under by 4th thou. Next up, only stick shift car in the property, the Ram Clutches sponsored 95 Mustang of Tommy Borgia out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Tommy getting that new clutch setup done and getting it ready. He made it to round 4 yesterday. Got into the massive round money we had going on yesterday. He's up against the young lady from North Carolina, Hannah Bubblegum Blevins. Bubblegum and her flirting with disaster. Chevelle set and ready to go. And 11 on the wrong side for Tommy. Hannah was red behind him, so they're both going to get basically a time trial. So I know Tommy will be back. 761 at 87 for Tommy. 586 with the 9 on the 86. Hannah dialed in, ready to go. Mallory Kenny from Orange Park, Florida, the 76 Aspen. 704 dialing, going to get chased by Stevie Dunn. Soggy, last night's 75K winner. And Mallory just hands one right over to Soggy. Good to see Soggy in an upright position this afternoon. 614 with a 4 on the 16. Folks, I'm just saying there might have been a little party in the Dunn pit last night. I'm just saying. Scotty B. Sauce Sr. out of Ontario, Ohio. Not in Ontario, Canada, because he would have to sneak across the border. Dialed 751 to a 664 for Steve Sides. Sides 009 to 006. How about a 9-6 not being good enough? 15 pack, thanks for playing. That might get him the free re-entry at this point. However, Steve Sides, 10 pack says, I'll take that. Folks, again, remember, round one brought to you by Loose Rocker. Best losing package will get a free re-entry, and the re-entry buy if there is one. Dave Keaton going to be chasing Jeff Nicholson. Nicholson gave up a bit too much at the start line, and Keaton will be your winner. Took 33 at the starting line, 33 at the finish line. Chris Stevenson, the other Buick Apollo on the property. Stevenson going deep yesterday as well. Todd Toman out of York, Pennsylvania, the 81 Boo. Get ready to do battle. Telling you about that. Stevenson, 12 on the wrong side of the ledger there. Coleman, dead on 1. Stevenson, a thou under and 12 early on the hit. Dan Casey from Connecticut. It's 598 down to the man from Tennessee, Fast and Fincham, Rodney Fincham, dialed in H745. Nova in and set deep, and goes 001 red. Casey going to take his little white Capri down through 596 with the 7-116 on the 98. Here comes RJ. That's all it says. RJ. Statesville, North Carolina. That's all you need to know, Ron. Apparently. RJ dialed in 611 to a 593 for Scott Smith in the Monza. Right now, RJ needs a little help, maybe another initial. Winlight's going to go to Scott Smith on the double breakout. Both of them 10th hour under, but Scott had the better light. Jonathan Surratt driving the Malibu today, the Big J towing newer Malibu. Turns it a little bit red. A wind light going to go to the Mustang. 633 on the 31. Homer Carty, Homer out of Wickville, Virginia, the 62 Nova. Homer's custom paint and body, the sponsor. 631 dialing, going to be chasing after Ernie Humes and the A1 Mobile Marine Demon. And the wind light will go to Ernie Humes. David Ritchie and Joe Foley, your next pair. David dialed in 782 to 601 for Foley. And the win light will go to Joe Foley. Steve Alford and Stuart Gibson, your next pair. Stevie dialed in 636, the Rutgers Road Service Mustang, is the pair of Fox bodies up there. Stuart Gibson, good looking little dark green 88 version of the Mustang. Boy, problems for Gibson. Not going to be able to run the number. 669 for Alford. Drew Marr going to be the winners. Mike Franek goes 001 red in the dark. Runs dead zero. Mike Franek was just a thou from a perfect pass. David Saunders and Smokey Ellis. David Saunders turning it just a tick red. Win light will go to Smokey. Lucas Walker and Brandon Michaels. Brandon's seen this show before. He's dialed in 696 to the 551 for Walker. Walker took Brandon out at 9 cars yesterday. Well, I have a feeling we're going to see the same result we saw yesterday afternoon. Yep, it's going to be Lucas Walker, 553, 117 miles an hour. As Brandon, a little late letting go with a foot. Bob Mullaney and Trip McCarty, your next pair. Again, we've called round one doubles and pink. Doubles and pink. We've called you to the lanes, please. Doubles and pink. Mullaney Blaney, dial 642. $5.95 for trip. McCarty Auto Parts. GMC Sonoma. Six to a 16 advantage. Big bucks, Bob. Win light though, going to go to Trip McCarty. Bob under by 3. Trip lets him have it. Harrison Crawford, Ware Shoals, South Carolina, dialed 628. Going to be getting chased by the Maverick, driven by the man from Texas, John Stelly. Round 1 double, round 1 pink, and round 1 teal. Round 1 doubles, round 1 pink, and round 1 teal, please. And the win light going to go to the Texas resident as Harrison Crawford turned it red. 580 with a 7 on the 580 for Stelly. Morning there, Mr. Embley. Or good afternoon, as it were. Devin Dudley and Ricky Greer. Devin dialed in 675. The Dudley one. It's Sunday, isn't it? Mountain Road Transmission and Mickey Thompson, the sponsor. Or Ricky Greer dialed in 629 in his Fox body. .001 to not a 001, and that's all Devin. Greer ran 29 with a 9 and was still behind. Terry Lee and Bug McCarty. It's going to be on the red light going to Bug as Terry, little red, little soon. Barry Norman and Tommy Duff, and Tommy turns it 5 red. Barry Norman will be the winner. And the conversation currently on Motor Mania TV presented by Summit Racing Equipment apparently is about chili. Chili, brisket, and I think cookies just got mentioned. Those of you on Motor Mania TV presented by Summit Racing Equipment, go ahead and put down your favorite racetrack food, wherever you might race at normally, or wherever you've been. What's your favorite racetrack food? That'd be a tough one for me. I missed although I don't know if I'll be able to get them anymore, I missed the Strombolis from SMP. Those were pretty outstanding. Piedmont, yeah. When I'm here at Piedmont, it's a cheeseburger all the way from the 330 Cafe because they do a killer job with their... They got good food here at Piedmont Dragway. We're very happy with the 330 Cafe. Logan Martin going to take the win over Kristen Brady as Kristen turned it 007 alongside. Morgan Carroll and Justin Brusso, your next pair. Somebody mentioned nachos on there. The Nitro Nachos from Summit Motorsports Park also killer. Justin Brusso and Morgan Carroll. It's going to be Justin on the double breakout. He is 9th thou under. 26th thou under for, you know what? Somebody just got the correct answer. Killcare Pizza. Best track food ever. I will go with that one. That one wins. I have had it, and I will vouch for it. They do not mess around down there when it comes to pizza at Killcare Dragway. Yeah, they built their own brick oven. They actually sell pizza when the track's not open. It's a pizza place. Russ Dodson turns it red. Ricky Dunn going to get the win in this battle of the Fords. Howie Adams driving mayhem. $523 in for Howie. Going to be chasing after Ryan Chrisman. Ryan driving a 1970 Dart out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania. And by virtue of the red light, Ryan Chrisman going to be the winner. Battle of the low-flying winged fox bodies here. You got Hambone Copsey. Newburgh, Maryland made his way down. 86 Mustang. Up against Brian Norman from Severn, Maryland, who's been here all weekend. And it's going to be Hambone. See, even the racers have food on the mind. Hambone, 612 on the 611, 106 miles an hour. Jay Norris and Caroline McCarty. Caroline held at 609. Yeah, she's not gonna do like her old man did with Jay a few weeks ago. They get into the beams. Caroline turned it a little bit red, and the Paul's Transmission and Inman Auto Sales Duster will continue on. Caleb Green and Tom Scrifignano. Scrifignano dialed in 704 to 626 for Caleb. Scrifignano 004 wrong side. Caleb 13 to the good, 625 on the 8 on the 26. He missed the race yesterday, not because they weren't going to race, but just car had a bunch of issues and stuff like that, so they parked it and actually ended up running the Gamblers race last night. And says, okay, I'm ready to go racing today. Trish Witt, Westchester, Pennsylvania, 67 Camaro. She has had a pretty doggone good weekend. Jeff Fawcett, the Jeff's Painting Camaro out of Snow Camp, North Carolina. If the track is open, Jeff is here. And the win light will go to Trish Witt. Fawcett out by the wall a little bit. Levi Boozer and Josh Carroll, and Levi turns it red. And the South Carolina CWI sponsored 67 Camaro, 732 on the 35. Larry Brown, the OK Sales and Recycling sponsored S10 in the OK Sales and Recycling lane down in 668. 581 for Dennis Kessler, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Pick your purple favorite. A couple of Barney colored cars out there. Larry turns the red light on. They're going to give the win to Dennis Kessler. The R&H Tree Service Duster goes to round 2. Yeah, see chat bleachers there in Motor Mania TV presented by Summit Racing Equipment getting us off course, but sometimes off course is fun. Folks, if first round does not go the way you were hoping it would go, you can head on over to Loose Rocker Central for a re-entry. Re-entry $100 to get you back in for 12.5. David Spall, 002 wrong side for David. So Justin Hardman will continue on, going to round 2 without having to dig into a C note. Chris Plott and Randall Cantrell. Randall dialed in at a 673. 592 for Chris Plott. Been driving Lucas Walker's early Mustang all weekend long and doing pretty doggone good at it. He's got a ton of rounds with it. And Plott goes and gets the win light as Randall was way early on the let go. Chris Dixon and Rocco Ciccone Jr. It's going to be Dixon getting the win light. 6:43, dead on 9. Ciccone dead on 6. But a little later on, leaving the start line. Bobby Matera, the Calvert Kettle Corn Buick Opal GT. Going to be your winners. Tucker Creech turns it red. And of course, the Calvert Kettle Corn Round the Announcer Award going to be given to Bill Lofton in the big brown Chevy pickup truck, the 1985 Chevy, which you'll see here in just a little while. It's like a big block Chevrolet powered building coming at you down the racetrack, and tell you what, the thing is quick, and you'll see that soon. Rodney Lunsford. 12 dead, 5 getting the win light over Kevin Chess, who's 5 and 19th thou over. Might have let him back around at the finish line, and Lisa will be shaking her head at that one. 6:44 with a 9 at 100 mile an hour. 7th thou margin of victory for Rodney. 6:45 for the Nightmare. John Myers and Scott Macy. Scott's dialed in 5.99 to the 5.13 for Myers. Macy looking to lay one down. 001, 6 flat on the 5.99. Myers 37 and 10th thou over, 29th thou behind. Scott Macy. John Lattimore and Chris Stevenson up next. Lattimore dialed in a 681, 662 for Stevenson. Advantage Oldsmobile over the Buick. It's going to be the Oldsmobile getting the win over Chris Stevenson. 685 on the 81 for Lattimore. Stevenson got there first by 18th thou. Needed to be 10th thou or less to get his win light. Tim Douglas. Douglas, our semifinalist yesterday. Dialed in 618, 670 for Tony Matera. Computech, Rogers Automotive, and Laura's Daycare helping him out. No, they were selling some Calvert kettle corn this weekend over at the Matera compound outside the gate there. I think they might still have some left over. If not, you can go to calvertkettlecorn.com and order it. Douglas is going to get the win as Tony turns it red. Scott Everhart, Lexington, the home base. For the North Carolinian, the $695 dial-in for the Fox Body Mustang on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Carolina, no time production side. Scotty B. Scott Besaw Sr. Scott turns it red. Everhart will be your winner. 704 with a 3 at 95 miles an hour. Brandon White, Austinville, Virginia, the home base. Driving Tim Douglas's third generation Camaro, out 614. Going to be chasing after Michael Crass, Murray, Kentucky, the Crass Tire and Lube Mustang. Done a lot of rounds this weekend. Currently in the Carolina no time production side of the racetrack. How about a trip zip? Michael Crass throws down a 1 thou breakout. Going to hand the win over to Brandon White. 1 thou away from perfect. Unfortunately for him, it was on the wrong side. And there might be teardrops on that ET slip. That one's going to hurt a little bit. David Rumley in the Duster turning it a bit red. David Harvey Jr. 002. He'll leg it out and run an 84 with a 1 on an 83. Richard Alford Jr. and Trip McCarty, your next pair. Richard dialed in 619 to a 595 for Trip. McCarty has a little bit of catching up to do. Might not have enough room to get it done. Nope, not against Richard. Richard Alford, 622.104, your winner. And moving around two. Harrison Crawford, 78 Camaro, dialed in 634. Coming up against Lee Zane. The Apollo Stalker, dialed in 755. And the win light will go to Lee Zane in the mousetrap. 752 on the 55 for Zane, 89.86 miles an hour. Doubles, make sure you are getting back. Doubles, make sure you are getting back. Again, doubles, make sure you are getting back. We have called at this point round number one doubles. We've called pink and we've called teal. Doubles, make sure you're getting back. Round one black, you're on standby. Kaylee Creech and Louis Estevez. Louis getting the win light and moving on. Kaylee a little late, then a little early at the finish line. Matt Ward and Marcus Cruz. 1969 Camaro of Ward out of Anderson, South Carolina. Now in 649, gonna knock the top bulb out against Marcus and the Firebird from McClenny, Florida, dialed 757. And Ward will be your winner. Took 17 advantage at the starting line. And Marcus a bit off the dial-in. And make an adjustment, come back around maybe in re-entry. Jason McCandless, third generation Camaro. Great motor stocker. Owned by, I believe, Eddie Longhaney. Up against the fourth generation machine, Elisa Hutchins, East Bend, North Carolina, their home base. And the red light for Lisa, got to get Jason the win light. We need black run stickers. That means we've called all of round one. Black run stickers, need you to the lanes, please. That means we've called all of round one. Black run stickers, need you to the lanes, please. Ben Nicholson. Dialed in 725 to the 628 for Jamie Talbert in the 71 Vega out of Taneytown, Maryland. And a red light for Nicholson. Talbot will be your winner. 6:32 on the 28, 7:30 on the 25 for Nicholson. Garrett Howell. Barney colored Dodge Dart. Walnut Cove, North Carolina, down in 646. Going to be leaving first, getting chased by the young lady in the Chevelle, Hannah Bubblegum Blevins. 588 dialing for Hannah. Garrett with the advantage at the hit and the win light. We'll go to Garrett Howell. 21 dead 3. And a little late, and then I think trying to get behind at the top end. Nick Hastings. Nick, I'll tell you what, as is usual, at just about any race he shows up at, this LS-powered 81 T1000 has made a lot of laps this weekend. He's won a gambler's race, was runner-up at our main event, our $75,000 to win main event yesterday, the Soggy Dun. And back at it this morning, this afternoon, facing off against the local guy, Ken Myrick. He's just down the street here in Julian, North Carolina. And the T1000 going to be your winner. 6:11 on the 09, 108 miles an hour. Myrick got there first by 4th thou, had to break out by 7th thou to accomplish it. You know, ever since Nick put the bead locks on the T1000, it looks even more like a Hot Wheels. You look like you want to just go down there and take it and grab it, you know, like you did the little cars as a kid and make race car noises on the carpet. Tommy Duff and Bug McCarty. And it's going to be Bug getting the win. Tommy leaving a little bit early. Chad 6 and Adam Keir. Keir down in 608, 603 for 6. Almost identical reaction times. Win light gonna go to Chad 6. Well, folks, here is the Calvert Kettle Corn Ron the Announcer Award winner, Bill Lofton. This 1985 Chevy truck. Big old Chevy motor up in front of Bill, and it has to be big to get that thing moving. 627 dial-in versus the Fox Body Mustang of Ricky Greer out 629. You look at these two vehicles and you say to yourself, which one's going to be faster? I don't think you'd be betting on that brown truck too often. Right now, Mr. Lofton's going to need a little bit of help. He runs right on his dial-in, but was still behind as Ricky Greer with a much better reaction time gets the win light. Tommy Borgia. Borgia out in 762. Cash, Greg Cash in the Maverick out in 712. Tommy getting ready to row the gears in the OK Sales and Recycling side of the racetrack. Ram clutches Mustang, trying to stay ahead of the Maverick. Gets the job done on the double breakout. Tommy under by just a little over 200s, and Great Cash under by 35,000, so a little over 300s. Stuart Gibson and Homer Carty, your next pair. Homer down in 629. Homer's custom paint and body. Chevy Nova. Getting ready to move into the beams against Gibson, dialed in a 688. Just a thou difference between the two of them. And win light will go to Homer Carty. Dave Keaton and Levi Boozer, your next pair. Again, we've called all of round one. If you haven't run round one yet, you should have. Come on. And if round one does not go the way you were hoping to, $100 get you back in for $12,500 to win today. Here on Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters, Sunday at the ATI Performance Products BigFoot 75K. Best package of the day. We'll get courtesy of Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters, a free 8 or 9 inch converter. Win light going to Levi Boozer, 004 margin. Dave Keaton, 27 dead 9. Not going to beat the 8 and 14 over. Scott Smith and Big Bucks Bob Smith out of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, the Smith Automotive Monza. 593 dial-in, 639 for Bob Mullaney. Chris Valentino's car being driven expertly by the man from New Jersey. 5,000 margin of victory for Mullaney. Dead on with the 9 was Smith, but still behind. 15 light, and 25 thou over from Elaney. Todd Tillman and Dan Casey, your next pair. Casey dialed in 597 out of Thompson, Connecticut. The Connecticut Killa Capri. Tillman dialed in 628, York, Pennsylvania. And Casey turns this one red. Tillman gets that entry, a free pass into round number 2. 627 with a 4, 596 with 4. Both guys under by 6 thou. Tommy Hussey, Kinston, North Carolina, 2014 Mustang. Just a street car, kids, dialed in 780. Almost heads up with Robert Hammer, got a Grover, North Carolina. All I can think of is the Muppet from Sesame Street when I read that. Robert and Donna Walker's 70 Duster dialed in 777. And it's going to be Tommy getting the win light, 786, 88 miles an hour over Hamrick. 6 thou margin of victory for Tommy. Brandon Michaels and Howie Adams, your next pair. Mayhem. Coming out of the water. 523 dialing for the Pfafftown, North Carolina native. Brandon Michaels, Bel Air, Maryland, 2000 Camaro dialed 696. Another car that's made quite a few laps this weekend. Been in the money a few times. And got down to 9 cars last night in this modern hot rod. But turns at 10 red this time, so he might have to dip into some of that prize money to get back in. Meanwhile, Howie will hit Sarit, 24 light, 24 with an 8 on a 23. Howie moving on. 10 red, dead 2 for Brandon. Mallory Kenny back up in the 76 Aspen, 702 dialing. Orange Park, Florida. Edmund Ellison, Baileyton, Alabama, dialed in 645. Edmund going on the wrong side of the ledger there. 26 red. Mallory, 702 with a 1 on the 702. Smokey Ellis, 592 dialing for Smokey. Up against Jonathan Surratt, 604. Jonathan in the 78 boo. Out in front. The wind light going to pop on. 605 with a 0 on the 04 for Jonathan. Now Chris Dixon and Drew Marr coming up next. Drew is dialed in at a 622, 643 for Chris. .002 for Chris Dixon, and he'll be your winner as Drew Marr goes 002 red. Ricky Dunn, the Pinto down in 607, Case, South Carolina, the home base. Going to be chasing David Saunders in the Mustang, 635 for the Culpeper, Virginia native. 5 thou difference between the two of them. Saunders trying to stay out in front of the Pinto. Gets the job done. 3 thou margin of victory at the finish line. Saunders dead on 3 with the 27 light. 22 light for Ricky Dunn. 608 with a 1 on an 07. And he's going to have to think about hitting the re-entry window. Not actually hitting it. Stacy and Joe would be mad. Steve Sides and Ernie Humes, your next pair. Fayetteville, North Carolina, 664. The dial in for Sides, 639 for Ernie Humes. Again, just 3 thou difference between them, 29 and a 26. Advantage Ernie win light. Going to go to Steve Sides on the double breakout. He gets behind. He gets the win light. He's under by 2 thou. Ernie under by 7 thou. Dustin Carroll and Corey Funderburk, your next pair. Corey's Mustang, dialed in 635 out of Marshville, North Carolina. Dustin Carroll's Olar, South Carolina based 68 Camaro, 626 the goal. And the wind light's going to shine brightly on the Carolina No Time Production side of the racetrack for Corey Funderburk. 36 with a 1 on the 36. Dead on 0 is Dustin Carroll, but a little late, taking the foot off the old brake pedal. It's Top Fuel Foley, Joe Foley. Mickey Thompson and ISC Racers tape 71 Duster. Morrisville, the home base for Joe. Dennis Kessler from Coatesville, Pennsylvania, back up with the Ace Truck Repair 72 Duster. And 1 thou difference at the start line. Kessler under by 1 thou. Foley under by 6 thou. And Dennis Kessler moving that entry to round 2. Logan Martin, the Maverick out of Stewart's Draft, Virginia, 695 dial in. 308 cubic inches of Ford motivation in front of. Up against Josh Carroll, the CWI sponsored 67 Camaro out of Olar, South Carolina, 732. Double 05 wrong side for Josh. Logan Martin will be your winner. You know, I always talk about the exhaust tone of 2 vehicles. Logan Martin, who just went down, and Justin Brusso in the S10 up here. Also in the Carolina No Time Production side of the racetrack. Southbridge, Massachusetts, the home of that S10. 651 dial in, 645 the dial in for the Nightmare, Rodney Lunsford. AJ Auto and Tire, 95 Mustang. Not sure if Rodney's a Nightmare or the Mustang is, or maybe a little bit of both. Big time starting line advantage for the man in the S10, and that'll be plenty of room for him. Lunsford broke out by 3 thou and still got beat. David Spaw and Scott Smith, your next pair. David dialed in 734. Excuse me, against Mike Franick. Franick dialed in 642. Oak Ridge, North Carolina, or New Jersey, not North Carolina. Identical 002 reaction times for Spa and Frantic. Finish line comes up, double breakout win light. Gotta go to Frantic. He is 10th thou under. Spa is 11th thou under. Scott Macy and Richard Alford Jr. Advantage Alford. Win light gonna go to Scott Macy. Double breakout is a 17th thou under for Alford. He has 18 light. Took 21, needed to get behind a little bit versus Macy. Rodney Fincham and Jay Norris. Paul's transmission. Inman Auto Sales Duster dialed in 646. Going to be chasing down the fast and Fincham Nova out of Newport, Tennessee. Unlucky number to 007. James Bond gets beat. Norris took 26, needed to take 15 or less. Fincham 13 dead 9, moving on. David Ritchie, Clay City, Kentucky based. 89 Ford Ranger, dialed in 788. The Danger Ranger up against Scott Everhart's Mustang out of Lexington, North Carolina, dialed in 695. Advantage for the Danger Ranger, but the win light will go to Everhart. Ritchie way under the dial in. He took a lot, needed to take less. Caroline McCarty and Caleb Green, a couple of youngsters up there. Green in the Perryman Roofing 1972 Nova 626 dialing. Going to watch that big maroon Rambler wagon of McCarty. The McCarty Auto Parts machine out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, getting bigger in his mirror pretty quickly. Right now, Caleb has a couple hundo in his pocket, and he gets the win light. And that's a happy Team Green right there. Chris Plott and Tom Scrifignano. Scriff driving the S10. Dialed in at a 706 out of Middletown, New Jersey. 592 for Chris Plott. Plott 001 and the win light over Scriff. The Man, the Myth, the Mullet, Tucker Creech coming up next. Manmur Barbershop sponsored 72 Nova. Up against Hambone Copsey back up from New Bern, Maryland. Looking good for Tucker Creech about right now, and that run was as nice as his mullet. Tucker Creech will be your winner. 587 with the 2 on the 83 over Ambone Copsey. Couple of street cars up here. Kevin Chess, 1984 Monte Carlo out of Ashtabula, Ohio. The Bonnell's Collision. Monty dialed in 639 up against Glenda Cochran. The 2004 Pontiac GT, our drawing winner last year with the gold card, and coming out to have fun with us this weekend. We really appreciate her and Tony, especially Tony being just a couple months away from past of having open heart surgery. Good to see him back up here. And Cochran out in front. And the winner, Glenda Cochran, going to round 2. Having a little late at both ends of the racetrack. How about a couple of Ohio guys getting ready to come after it? Steve McBride and the Fat Pockets. Ohio Technical College sponsored 83 T-Bird. Up against Jerry Ashcraft from Mount Vernon, Ohio. McBride about 10-15 minutes away from Thompson Dragway. Jerry Ashcraft pretty close to the currently not running Pacemakers Dragway, folks. If you want to go run a nice little local 8th mile drag strip in Ohio, contact the people that own Pacemakers, whoever that might be. $14,000 difference in this Battle of Ohio. And it's going to be Ashcraft getting the win light by 1/10,000th of a second. Oh, man. 58 and a 76 with a 0 on the 75. Beats the 44 and a 51 to 4 on a 49 for McBride by .0001. Justin Hardman going to be your winner over Chris Connor. Lucas Walker, 007 wrong side. A win light going to go to David Harvey Jr. 39 and 1 thou under. 549 with a 5 for Lucas and a 007 red light. Bobby Matera, Waldorf, Maryland for the Calvert Catacorn sponsored Opal. Going to have a bit of a wait against Rocco Ciccone Jr. out of East Northport, New York, 2019 Mustang GT. Well, wait won't matter at that point because Rocco turned it red. In that good-looking Mustang, win light will go to Bobby Matera, 564 with a 6 on a 65. Devin Dudley, Charlottesville, Virginia-based 90 Mustang. 673 dial in for Devin. Going to be getting chased down by the young lady in the Camaro, Trish Witt. Re-entry doubles. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Re-entry doubles. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Re-entry doubles. Devin, 6 on the wrong side there. Trish, 9 to the good. 71 to 0 and a 72. Trish Witt continues on. Devin going to have to head over and see Jill and Stacy. Lisa Hutchins and Steve Alford, your next pair. Steve's dialed in, 633, 587 on the OK Sales and Recycling side for Hutchins. Looking pretty good for Steve, and it will be Steve Alford, your winner. Tim Douglas and Jonathan McCandless, your next pair. Jonathan and the Creech family Camaro. It's the third car he's driven this weekend. Tim Douglas out of Wytheville, dialed in 619. It's going to be Tim. As the big old red eye goes on for Jonathan by 4 thousandths of a second. Tony Matera versus Chad, 6 coming up. Chad and the Mustang 2 on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Tony dialed in 668. Carolina No Time Production side. Chad 6 with the advantage at the start line, and he will get the win light over Tony Matera. Wait for just a couple more cars coming in. We need re-entry doubles. Re-entry doubles to the lanes, please. Re-entry doubles. If you're doubled up in the re-entry round, we're sorry. But we need you to the lanes at this time. And again, re-entry still can be purchased from Loose Rocker Central. Go down to the trailer. $100 get you back in for $12.5. The re-entry round is just the re-entry cars. If you won round 1, you don't need to go. Re-entry is like round 1.5. If you win the re-entry round, you get to go to round 2. If you do not win the re-entry round, you, don't get to go to round 2. Brandon White, Nick Hastings, 005 to a 26. And that's all Hastings on the double breakout. He's 4th thou under to 12th thou under for White. Soggy Dunn, Pottstown, Pennsylvania, base 68 Camaro. Last night's 75K BigFoot winner, the ATI Performance Products champ, was Stephen Dunn, the man they call Soggy, Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Not a shock to tell you, it's dialed 615. 654 for Michael Crass, the Murray, Kentucky-based 93 Mustang. Soggy telling you, very thankful, very appreciative last night. Wanted to mention Todd Toman, who had actually set did the whole rear suspension setup. They tried to test at Maple Grove last week. They got rained out, and they're like, "Oh, let's go to Piedmont and see what happens." And they've had a pretty good weekend. This time, though, it turns a little bit red against Crass. And the wind light will go to Cress. Re-entry doubles and re-entry pink. Hey, Scotty Besaw. Scotty, number 3105. Scotty, you did not win that first round, but you did win, courtesy of Loose Rocker, a free re-entry and a re-entry buy if there is one. Scotty Besaw, number 3105. Scotty, you did not win the first round, but you did win a free re-entry and a re-entry buy if there is one, lane choice if there isn't. So once again, the re-entry buy, number 3105, Scotty Besaw, the Camaro. Free re-entry, courtesy of Loose Rocker. Re-entry buy if there is one. And the re-entry, get lane choice if there isn't. And we called re-entry doubles, re-entry pink. Re-entry doubles and re-entry pink. Need you there. Thank you.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media. On your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Dave Keaton and Chris Stevenson going to start things out. 660 dial in for Stevenson. Keaton rolling in with a 585. The purple and white machine. Re-entry doubles. Re-entry pink and re-entry teal as 9th hour red for Stevenson. Dave Keaton will be your winner. Brandon Michaels, Bel Air, Maryland, 2000 Camaro down 696, 760 for the stick-shifted Mustang. Ram clutches, sponsor machine of Tommy Borgia. And it will be the win light going to Brandon. Both of them under by a little bit. 3,000 under for Brandon, a few hundo under for Borgia. Stuart Gibson, 693 dial-in for the 88 Mustang. Going to be chasing down the Cougar of David Spa. Spa 008. And the win light for David Spa, 734, 89 miles an hour. Gibson breaks out. Got there first by 1,000, had to break out by 25,000 to accomplish that. Tommy Duff, Holly Ridge, North Carolina, base 70 Nova, 703 dial-in, 621 for Morgan Carroll out of Olar, South Carolina. Morgan will be doing the chase and out of the OK Sales Recycling side of the track. Tommy Duff, the Carolina No Time Production side. To 17, great drive. Win light gonna go to Morgan Carroll. Tommy Duff taking 6,000 too much. Took 34, needed 28 or less for his win light to come on. The W shining brightly for Morgan Carroll. Kristen Brady, Liberty, North Carolina, based Nova. 647 dial into a 628 for Harrison Crawford. All re-entry will take black run sticker re-entry, black run sticker re-entry. So that means we've called them all. And if you're doubled up in re-entry, make sure you're getting back. $7,000 difference between Kristen and Harrison. It's going to be Harrison Crawford as Kristen way off the dial. Jeff Nicholson and Jonathan Surratt, your next pair of Duster on the Carolina No Time side, dialed in, 727. OK, Sales and Recycling side, that is Jonathan Surratt in the booth. Win light will go out for Jonathan as Jeff turns it red. 603 on the 01 for Mr. Surratt. Moving on. Homer Carty, 62 Nova out in 633. Homer's custom paint and body coming up against Edmund Ellison. Baileyton, Alabama. Win light going to go to Edmund Ellison. Bill found a penny. Terry Lee and Ricky Greer. Pair of Fox Body Mustangs. 604 dial in for Terry. Out of Clay, New York, the Lee's Performance. Sponsored Mustang. Ricky Greer in the white Mustang getting chased down. Ricky with the advantage at the hit, trying to get into round 2. And does so. 6:30 on the 29. Lee got there first by 6 thou. Had to break out by 11th thou to do so. Larry Brown and Caroline McCarty. Larry, the OK Sales and Recycling sponsored S10. A fixture here at the Piedmont Dragway up against the young lady from Hazelhurst, Georgia, and the win light will go to Larry. He moves into round number 2. Rodney Fincham and Jeff Fawcett, your next pair. Fincham talking himself there in the Nova on the Newport, out of Newport, Tennessee. He's on the Carolina No Time production side. Little Fast and Fincham videos, pretty entertaining at times. Probably one of the more entertaining Winter Circle interviews I've ever done was Rodney. Jeff Fawcett from Snow Camp, right around the corner here. Jeff's painting. Does a lot of the painting around here at Piedmont Dragway, keeping things looking good. Unfortunately, the only color he sees there is red, because that's the color he painted on the Christmas tree. Win light will be Rodney Fincham. 10 light, 46 to the 7 on a 45, moving on. The Mousetrap. Buick Apollo, dialed in 756 out of Elmer, New Jersey, driven by Lee Zane. Up against Hannah, Bubblegum Blevins. Flirt with Disaster 68 Chevelle. Coming out of the water as Leon gets done with the mop. Again, this is a stock eliminator legal Buick Apollo. $15 to a $13, Zane. And Blevins going to be the win light going to Lee Zane. This re-entry round brought to you by Competitive Suspension Solution. Excuse me, Competitive Suspension. Sorry about that, Shane, if you're listening. I did it again. Barry Norman, Brian Norman, and Greg Cash. .008 to a 16. And Cash could not run the number. Win light will go to Brian Norman. Yep, there's Scott Besaw. He's sitting on the bye on his other entry. 751 dial into the 524 for Howie Adams. Besaw turns it red there. Howie Was way red behind him, but still got the win. Competitive Suspension is your source for custom-built drag racing shocks. At Competitive Suspension, we pride ourselves on being able to work with customers from pro stock to bracket racing and everything in between. Competitive Suspension is owned by drag racers. The team at Competitive Suspension has over 15 years experience in custom building shocks and helping customers set up their cars. We offer JRA racing shocks, AFCO racing shocks, and Landry Performance Springs. And we pride ourselves in offering customer support before and after each shock purchase. Along with offering new shocks for your vehicle, Competitive Suspension can rebuild your existing shocks. You can rebuild most brands. We can also help selecting a spring rate for your vehicle. Competitive Suspension Company utilizes a Berg shock dyno along with an intercomp spring rater. Win light this time. Going to go to Rodney Lunsford of the Nightmare over David Ritchie and the Danger Ranger. Soggy Dunn and Tom Scrifignano. Win light will go to Soggy as Scrifignano turns it red. Lucas Walker, Devin Dudley, your next pair. A couple of Fox Body Mustangs driven by a couple of outstanding racers. Dudley dialed in 673 to a 550 for Walker. Seven to an 18. Finish line comes out. Win light will go to Lucas Walker. 7 dead, 3 for Lucas. Dudley, 21 pack, no good. Ricky Dunn and Trip McCarty, your next pair. 8 down margin at the starting line. Gonna go to the Pinto. He goes too quick though. Quick 27, he takes 17 or less. 92 with a 9 on a 92 and a 31 light. Gets it done and moves him to round number 2. Levi Boozer and Bob Mullaney, your next pair. Levi dialed in a 634, 639 for Mullaney. And Bob Mullaney will be the winner as Levi Boozer breaks out by 3 thou. Now Tommy Duff, Holly Ridge, North Carolina base 70 Nova. 702 dial in for Duff, coming up against the 670 of Tony Matera. .006 to a 27 advantage. Gonna go to Tommy Duff, but Tony Matera gets around him at the top end. 670 with a 9 on the 70. 2,000 margin of victory. Tony Matera moving that entry to round 2. Smokey Ellis and David Rumley, your next pair. Rumley in the Duster. Another one from Julian, North Carolina. 4th thou under for Rumley, but Smokey got there first by 16 thou anyway. 95 with a 2 on the 93. Richard Alford Jr. and Kaylee Creech, your next pair. Kaylee, 6:45 dial in. Or is she not driving? Richard Alford dialed in 6:19. Advantage going to go to the pretty yellow Chevelle. Win light will go to the pretty yellow Chevelle. Chris Stevenson, the Buick Apollo out of Indiana, dialed in 660, 639 for Ernie Humes. How about Ernie Humes? 2,000 margin of victory over Chris Stevenson. Advantage Humes at the starting line and the finish line. Joe Foley and Brandon Michaels, your next pair. Brandon dialed in 696, trying to get his other entry back in. Foley dialed in 602 and Dave Stepner's Duster. Advantage going to go to the man of the yellow Duster. He will be your winner. 604 with a 0. 002 reaction, or 002 margin of victory over Brandon Michaels. Don Myers and David Saunders up next. David Saunders going to get the win as John Myers goes red in the Camaro. Marcus Cruz and Brandon White, your next pair. Brandon dialed in 614 to a 760 for Marcus. And Marcus in the Firebird trying to stay ahead of Brandon. 006, but not enough brake pedal. Took 58, needed to take 52 or less. Brandon White gets back in. Hambone Copsey and Tucker Creech. Hambone dialed in 611, 583 for Tucker. Here's some Woms. See the wind light. It's going to be Tucker Creech moving on. 584 on the 83 for the Manmur Barber Shop. Sponsored Nova. Harrison Crawford and Morgan Carroll coming up next. Do you like your Camaros red? Well, here you go. And at this time, we need round 2 doubles. If you won the first round and or the re-entry round and you're still doubled, we need you in the lanes for round 2. Round 2 doubles to 1 and 2, please. Going to be Morgan Carroll getting back in on that one. 627, 105 miles an hour. David Spa, the Indian Outlaw Cougar, dialed in 730 against Dan Casey's 85 Capri, dialed in at a 597. As far as sponsorship goes, he says, help. $12 to a 19. Advantage, Spa, wind light, gonna go to Dan Casey as Spa 400s almost over the dial and 33 with a 9 out of 30. Dan Casey 11th out margin of victory. Mike Franek and Tom Scriffignano. Scriff is dialed in 698 to 641 for Franek. Looking pretty good for Franek. And it will be Mike Franek getting the wind light. Rocco Ciccone Jr., 835 dial in for the East Northport, New York based Mustang. 2019 version. The 88 Mustang is Stuart Gibson out of Charlottesville, Virginia, dialed in 691. And it's going to be Ciccone getting back in. $837 on the 35 for the Mustang. Jay Norris and Caroline McCarty. Caroline dialed in 612 in the Hazelhurst, Georgia-based 68 Rambler wagon. 646 for Jay. Inman Auto Sales and Paul's Transmission sponsored Duster. .002 to 003. McCarty and Norris Norris breaks out. McCarty, your winner. 13 with a 2 on a 12. Norris was 002. Took 29. Needed to take 13 or less to get that win light. Michael Crass, Murray, Kentucky. Dialed in 656, 710 for Russ Dotson. Driving the Maverick. $12,000 difference between the two Fords here. Advantage Mustang, Windlight Mustang, dead on with a 4. Crass got there first by 3, but had to break out. Excuse me, Dodson got there first by 3, had to break out by 11 to do it, and I do believe that'll do it for the Maverick. Homer Carty, 629 dial-in for the with-build Virginia-based Nova, coming up against Tony Matera's 670. $7,000 difference between Homer and Tony. It's going to be Tony Matera getting the win. David Ritchie and Jonathan McCandless. $1,000 the difference between Jonathan and David. And win light will go to McCandless. Ritchie bows out for the weekend. Final pair, Scotty Besaw, Sr. and Rocco Saccone Jr. Double 08 to an 87. Should be the Mustang, and it will be the Mustang. Then we've called round 2 doubles, and Scott Macy on your X number, you are on the bye. Scott Macy on the X number, you are on the bye. Competitive suspension sponsoring that last round, and Devin Dudley. Devin, you did not win that last round, but you did win a $150 gift certificate courtesy of Competitive Suspension.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
Ben Keaton, Logan Martin starting out 6 to a 12. And the win light will go to Logan Martin. 3-down margin of victory for the young man from Virginia. This round being brought to you by Autometer. $300 Autometer gift certificate to the best losing package of round 2. Jonathan Surratt and Edmund Ellison, your next pair. Edmund 006 early. That's going to go the one to Jonathan Surratt, 6:02 on the 01. Now Lucas Walker and Bobby Matera, your next pair of the Kettle Corn. Sponsored 70 Opal, dialed in 565, 550 for Lucas Walker. Round 2 doubles, round 2 pink. Round 2 doubles, round 2 pink. Need you the lanes, please. Round 2 doubles, round 2 pink. Bring them up, racers. Round 2 doubles, round 2 pink, and round 2 teal. Bobby Matera, 7th hour advantage, and the win light over Lucas Walker. We are especially in need of left lane cars. Don't get it. We are especially in need of left lane cars. Steve Sides and Justin Brusso. We need round 2 doubles, round 2 pink, and round 2 teal. Your left lane car coming up especially right now. Steve Sides goes red. Win light going to go to Justin Brusso. Hey, Justin's a left lane car. Trip McCarty and Dustin Hardman. Dustin dialed in 606, 592 for Trip. And Hardman, 6th now too soon. Trying to give the win to the little GMC Sonoma of McCarty. 593 with the 3 on the 92. Corey Funderburg and Todd Toman, your next pair. Toman dialed in 628 in the Malibu, 634 the dial in for Funderburg. Finish line comes out, double breakout W, gonna go. Hugh Funderburg, 633 with a 7, 3 thou under to 15 thou under for Toman. Soggy Dunn and Bug McCarty, your next pair. Any left lane cars out there we'll take. Any left lane cars out there we'll take. Going to be a left lane car, Chip. And 008 red light for Soggy. Going to give the win to Bug. 25 with the 9 and the 26. Red light going to go to Steve Alford over Dennis Kessler. And Howie Adams and Mayhem going to get the win over David Saunders. Smokey Ellis and Ricky Greer. Ricky down at 629 to 592 for Smokey. And 629 with a 115 dead one for Ricky Greer over Smokey. Now Ernie Humes, 639 the dial in. Troutman, North Carolina, the 72 Demon, A1 Mobile Marine up against Tony Matera. Computech, Rogers Automotive, and Lord Daycare sponsors 68 Camaro. Ernie bumping her in, knocking the top ball about. And Ernie 640 with a 1 on a 639. Matera 669 with an 8. He 12th out under. Took 28. Needed to take 16 or less. Mike Franick and Joe Foley, your next pair. Pair of Mopars. '71 Duster, Mickey Thompson, ISC Racers tape. Triple zero for Caleb Green and a 27 with an 8 on a 26th. Edmund Ellison dead on 4 and 22 thou behind. Tim Douglas and Nick Hastings. Hastings down in 609. You like wheelies, watch this one. If Nick has the T1000 set up right, it'll put the front tires up pretty good. Tim Douglas, that's kind of a given. Tim likes wheelies. This is a guy like Chip Browley probably likes to take pictures of, because you always get the good action shot. Just like that. Goes red though. And Hastings gets the win. Trish Witt, the Pennsylvania native, out of Westchester, dialed in 572, going to chase after Scotty Everhart, Lexington, North Carolina. $10 red for Trish. Win light will go to Everhart. Once again, round 2. We have called round 2 doubles, round 2 pink, and round 2 teal. Doubles, make sure you're getting them back. David Harvey Jr. and Mallory Kenny. Orange Park, Florida. Again, we've called round 2 doubles, round 2 pink, and round 2 teal. Need you to the lanes, racers. 7th hour red for the Aspen. Win light will go to David Harvey Jr. Again, we have called, I'll make sure it's on. We have called round 2 doubles, it's on. Round 2 pink and round 2 teal. Again, doubles, make sure you're getting back. We are also going to call round 2 black. So we've called all of round 2. All of round 2. Need you to lanes, need you there, need you now. And the red light for Chrisman, win light for Rodney Lunsford. think we have a very few event shirts left down at the Loose Rocker Central. If you are looking, head on down there, see what we got. Had a few Loose Rocker hats as well, and the log books available. Make your way down there. We continue on with Bruzy Transmissions and Converters Sunday. Bruzy Transmissions and Converters have helped to put power to the pavement. Race championships on 6 continents as Chris Platt gets the win over Scott Smith on the red light. Again, the Bruzy Transmission Converters helped the power of the pavement for racing championships on 6 continents, all out of multi-time world champ Marco Bruzy's shop in Northeast Ohio. Marco's got the right transmission and converters for anything from mild foot brake, street strip racers to pro mods, and just about anything in between. You need to replace or upgrade your transmission or converter? Call Bruzy Transmissions and Converters at 330-369-1707. Or contact Marco at BruzyTransmissions.com and he'll help to maximize your combination as Bruzy Transmissions and Converters. Putting the world and world champion as Scott Macy gets beat by Chris Dixon by 0.02 of a second. 7 light for Dixon. 43 with an 8 on a 42 gets the win. 23 dead 4, just a little behind. Dan Casey and Bob Mullaney. Casey, the 85 Capri, dialed in 597 to 642 for Bob Mullaney's 84 Camaro. The Chris Valentino owned machine moving on. Two red for Casey. 007 to the good for Mullaney. 40 with a 5 on a 42. Rocco Ciccone Jr., East Northport, New York, 837 dial into a 746 for Rodney Pinchin. Rocco 009, wrong side. Pinchin will be your winner. Now Steve Sides out of Fayetteville's 1979 Camaro, 663 dial-in. Going to be chasing ever so slightly the pickup truck driven by Larry Brown, the OK Sales and Recycling truck, dialed in at A3, the 666. And the red light for Brown going to end his day. Steve Sides, 008. And a 60 on a 63. Hambone Copsey coming up next. Carolina No Time Productions lane. The Pearl White Mustang, dialed 612. Going to get chased by Chad 6 in the Mustang 2, dialed in 603. Advantage for the man from Michigan. He gets the win light as well. 604 on the 03. Hambone 16 over and about 300s late compared to Chad 6 at the hit. So the win light will go to Chad 6. Michael Crass and Brandon White, your next pair. Brandon dialed in, 614 to the 654 for Michael Crass. And Brandon going red. That's all right. Michael Crass is 003 and shuts it down early. Not sure if he had an issue down track or what, but he's your winner. Levi Boozer driving the Maliboozer, Kannapolis, North Carolina, the home base, out 6:33 on the Carolina No Time production side. Up against Lee Zane. Both of them going to knock the top ball about. Lee in the Buick Apollo. And it's going to be Lee with the win light as Levi turns it red. .754 on the 57 for Lee Zane. Garrett Howell, Walnut Cove, North Carolina, 645 dial in for Garrett. Barney colored dart will be moving out on the Carolina No Time production side, up against the Silver Nova of the beautiful Tucker Creek, Clayton, North Carolina, 72 Nova. A Man Murr Barbershop sponsoring. Wouldn't know it by the hairdo. Right now, Tucker needs a little bit of a miracle, and he's not getting one. Garrett Howell taking a punch, a finish line, and still getting the win light. 001 and 10th hour over. That's Bug McCarty, 597 dial-in, McCarty Auto Parts, Maddox Race Cars, Immokalee Regional Raceway, sponsoring the Hazelhurst, Georgia-based Camaro, up against Barry Norman in the Mustang, dialed in 538 for the Mach 1. They're going to be doing the chasing on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Georgia versus South Carolina, 12 to an 11. Finish line comes out. It's going to go to Barry Norman over Bug McCarty. $11 light and 40 with a 3 on a 38 for Norman. 1 thou better than a 12 light and 99 with a 3 on a 97 for Bug McCarty. Harrison Crawford and Morgan Carroll. These two have matched up, I think, a couple times. The red Camaros, first gen versus second gen. Morgan driving the first gen out of South Carolina. I think they're actually both out of South Carolina. And it's going to be the first gen machine of Morgan Carroll getting the win light. Harrison turns it red. For almost 60 years, Autometer's been keeping track of just about every variable that can be monitored on a race car. Their line of mechanical, electrical, and digital gauges. Autometer gauges are available in a massive array of designs and styles that fit your needs, from a weekend cruiser to a top fuel dragster. Autometer gauges can be found at local and national speed retailers at autometer.com. Richard Alford Jr., 619 dialing. Newly painted Chevelle, and it looks spectacular. New wheels, new paint, new tires. Same old Richard going to go up against another double tough racer, Lucas Walker. Two of the best at this game. Walker dialed in 550 out of Murray, Kentucky. 12 to a 13. Finish line comes up, and it's going to be Lucas. 12 and dead 6, 18 pack, 7th thou ahead of Richard Alford's 13 light and 12th thou over the dial. Brian Norman, small block Ford motivated. 86 Mustang, Auto Fab Race Cars, the sponsor. Coming against the All-Star Trucking and McCarty Auto Parts based Sonoma out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, driven by Trip McCarty. 18th thou, the advantage for Norman. Finish line, going to be Norman. Also 18th thou at the finish line. Jay Norris, 645 dialing for the Inman, South Carolina-based Plymouth Duster. Up against the Ram Clutches-sponsored stick-shifted Mustang at Tommy Borgia. Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, the home base for him. One of the UMTR regulars. 007 to a 10. Borgia, merci beaucoup. Top end, win light, Tommy Borgia. 12th thou margin of victory over Jay Norris. Jay gets behind. Might not want to have done that. Borgia going to round 3. John Stelly and Stephen Dunn. The Maverick out of Texas. About a 15-hour drive to get here, kids. The OK Sales Recycling side. Up against Soggy Dunn, Pottstown, Pennsylvania-based Camaro, and Soggy going to be your winner. Now, Stelly going to have to think about that long drive home, but man, thank you for coming, dude. That is outstanding all the way from Texas. Located minutes from Mooresville, North Carolina, Gibbs Race Cars offers a full-service chassis shop. They offer everything from headers and complete custom-built race cars. And they can upgrade your current car Gibbs race cars, including back half 4-link or ladder bars and front strut conversions. Gibbs Race Cars also has an in-house speed shop open daily. Contact Gibbs Race Cars at 704-662-9527 or at GibbsRaceCars.com for more information on how they can meet your racing needs, as Dennis Kessler ends his weekend with a red light versus Ricky Dunn. Drew Marr and Ricky Greer. Ricky dialed in 628 to a 622 for Drew. .630 with the 3 on the 28. Ricky Greer, your winner over Drew Marr. Thank you, Josh King, for that information. Seems rather a random combination, though. Justin Brusso, Southbridge, Massachusetts, 651 the dial in, 594 for Hannah Blevins. Blevins, the 1968 Chevelle called Flirting with Disaster. Going to be going after that wicked sounding S10 from Massachusetts, so it's got to be wicked. Oh, turns it red, does Justin Brusso. Hannah Blevins going to keep going. 36 light, 87 with a 4 on a 94. Ernie Humes and John Lattimore, 2,000 difference at the start line. The win light for Ernie, dead on with a 2. And Ernie coming back for round number 3. Logan Martin and David Spa, a pair of Fords up here at the starting line. David down in 730 in the Cougar. Indian Outlaw on the doors. The White Maverick of Logan Martin dialed in at a 694. Logan's looking for a trailer sponsorship. Logan with a big advantage at the start line, and the win light going to go to the little White Maverick over David Spa. Mayhem, Howie Adams, $524 for Howie. The $648 for Louis Estevez. The Maryland native and the 1993 Mustang gonna get the chased for the $648 dial-in. And Howie, Mayhem will be your winner. Devin Dudley and Jason McCandless. $9,000 difference between McCandless and Dudley. Good side-by-side race. It's going to be Devin Dudley getting behind and getting the win light. McCandless took 23, needed to take 7 or less as he breaks out by 16 thou. Corey Funderburk and Bobby Matera. Bobby's Buick Opal. The Kellicorn Opal dialed in at a 565. 635 for Corey. .009 on the wrong side for Bobby. And Corey Funderburk, the lucky recipient there, will be your winner. Brandon Michaels and Caroline McCarty, the Hazelhurst, Georgia-based Rambler wagon, back up for another hit. 609 dialing for Caroline, 696 for Brandon. Just $1,000 difference between the two of them. The Camaro and the Rambler wagon. Gonna go to the Rambler wagon. 13 dead 3. Michaels, 98 with a 4 on the 96, was not in the neighborhood at the finish line. 20,000 margin of victory for Caroline. David Saunders, Culpeper, Virginia, the home base. 637 dial, an absolutely gorgeous Mustang, dialed against the 649 of Matt Ward. Ward with a big advantage over Saunders, and it will be Matt Ward getting the win light. Now Joe Foley driving David Stebner's Duster. 601 for Top Fuel Foley. Mickey Thompson, ISC Racers tape helping him out. Dave Keaton out of Maryland, the 67 Camaro. Advantage for Keaton. The Maryland native will be your winner. Oh, he tried to make some magic happen top end, but he broke out by 5 thou and was still behind. Caleb Bull Green, the Green Family Racing 72 Nova. Perryman Rufin also helping out, 626 dial in. Up against Glenda Cochran from Amelia, Virginia, the 2004 Pontiac GEO, dialed in 860. $18,000 difference between Caleb and Glenda. It's going to be Caleb Green, your winner. 628 on the 26 is Glenda. Got there first. Took 39, needed to take 2 or less. That's how much room she had, was 2,000. Trish Witt and Chris Dixon, your next pair. Dixon dialed in 642 to a 571 for Trish. And it's going to go to the man in the Chevy 2. It's going to be your winner. Trish, pretty good weekend, but I believe that will be it for her. 43 with a 2 on a 42 for Chris Dixon and a 200s advantage at the start line. Aston Pincham, Rodney Pincham out of Newport, Tennessee, 747 dial-in. The 627 for Jamie Talbert in the low flying Vega. And Jamie turns it red, keeps Rondi rolling on. And Casey and Homer Carty up next. 62 Nova Homers, dialed 632 out of Whitfield, Virginia, the Homers custom paint and body machine. Thompson, Connecticut, Stan Casey dialed in a 597, 1985 Capri. Homer, double 01 red. 17 to the good for Dan Casey. 94 with a 2 on a 97. Homer bows out. 629 with a 7 on a 32. Now Justin Hardman's Vega out of Cicero, New York. Coming up to the starting line of the OK Recycling side. Carolina No Time side. Brandon White dialed in at a 614 in the third generation Camaro. Brandon White, big wheelie, but he is behind at the hit. And the win light going to go to Justin Hardman. 12 dead 2. Nice pass for Justin Hardman. And Brandon White, 15 with a 1 on a 14 and 32 thou behind. Mount Vernon, Ohio's Jerry Ashcraft. 675 dialing. Up against Alfred, 636. .002 margin of victory for Jerry Ashcraft going to round 3 versus Steve Alford. Turn off those lights, Michael. That happens all the time. Tim Douglas and Jonathan McCandless. 647 dial in for McCandless. Driving the Creech family Camaro. Tim Douglas dialed in at 617. $10 to a 38. Canlis needs a little bit of luck versus last night's semifinalist, and Tim Douglas ain't giving it to him. You are awesome. .007 for Chris Plott, but the win light for Rodney Lunsford. 30 dead 4 as Plott did not get there. Might have gave that one back a little bit. 10th margin of victory for Rodney. Josh Carroll, Tony Matera. And one light will go to Tony Matera. 5 margin victory over Josh. Josh broke out by 10 to be that close. Mike Franek and Andrew Ellis. Smokey dialed in 593. Kowalski Racing and the wife sponsoring him. Franek, the SARS Auto Wreckers 70 Dart, dialed in 640 for Mike Franek. 001 to 002. Franick and Ellis. Great side-by-side race. Mike Franick, 1 pack, beats the 13 pack of Andrew Ellis. Mike Franick currently in the lead for the Fruzy Transmissions and Converters. Torque converter with a 1 pack. Ellis 002 and 11th thou over 13 pack. That'll win a lot of races. That's just not one of them. What a couple of nice ones. That's great. Oh, later. Michael Crass and David Harvey Jr. (14 to a 17). Win light going to Crass. One margin of victory, 1,000. David Harvey, 14 and an 85 with 2 on an 84. That's a good run. Just a thou behind the 17 light and dead on 8 for Michael Crass. Here comes the mousetrap. Lee Zane, 758 dial into the 695 for Scott Everhart. Double 03 light for Zane, 751 at 90 miles an hour. Bob Mullaney and Todd Toman, your next pair. I didn't do it. Mullaney dialed in 642 for big bucks. Bob. Todd Toman dialed in 628. Toman, 4th thou too soon on his let go. Bob going to get the win. 39 with a 9 on a 42. Tommy Hussey, 7888 dial in the Mustang Streetcar, coming up against Nick Hastings down to 608. Hussey out of Kinston. Final call for round 2. Absolute final call for round 2. If you haven't run round 2 and you should, you need to get there. Like really. So we're calling round 3 doubles. How about an 11 to a 16? Hussey and Hastings, brake lights, but the win light, Tommy way under the dial, and Nick Hastings will be your winner. We need round 3 doubles to the lanes, please. Round 3 doubles, need you to lanes, please. Chad 6. Chad up against Jonathan Surratt. Surratt and Chad 6. Starting line advantage is going to go to the Boo. Boo looks like it wants to go places. The only place it's going is to round 3. 19 dead 7 for Surratt. Got there first by 4 thou. Chad 6 broke out by 13 thou to get that close. Dustin Carroll and Richard Alford Jr. .626 for Carroll, 620 for Alford. Big time. Starting line advantage going to go to the man in the Chevelle. Will be the win light going to Richard Alford. Once again, round 3 doubles. Need you to lanes, please. Round 3 doubles. Need you to lanes, please. Bring them on up. Round 3 doubles. And Tucker Creech to the top end. Can't get there. Win light going to go to Rocco Ciccone Jr. Dead on with a 3. Your bye run going to go to Scott Macy.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
Put everything in order yesterday, so it looks disorganized, but it isn't. swear to you. Smokey Ellis, courtesy of Autometer, you have a $300 gift certificate coming to you. So, Smokey, come on up. And I do have certificates here for Ernie Humes from Mosier Engineering from earlier this weekend, and Tony Matera from DragRaceSolutions.com. Round 3 doubles. Need you to the lanes, please. Round 3 doubles. Bring them up, please. If you're still doubled up, we need you to turn and burn. And round 3 pink. So we'll do round 3 doubles, round 3 pink. Round 3 doubles, round 3 pink. Those are what we've called those spar. The rest of you guys are on short standby. I know on Motor Mania TV, presented by Summit Racing Equipment earlier, a lot of the talk was about crack food, and I mentioned one of my favorites here was a cheeseburger all the way. And I just made one a cheeseburger all the way gone. And by the way, here at Piedmont, they serve crinkle fries. I know Arby's is doing it now, and they're making a big deal of it. Just do it all the time and stop making a big deal of it, Arby's. And all other places. Crinkle fries rule. The final heads-up call for our doubles and pink. Especially you doubles, if you're not there yet, we're going to be calling the rest of them shortly. So if you're doubled up and haven't made your way into the lanes yet, You're running late. This is a very short standby call for the rest of you. You're welcome, 66 lane. A absolute final heads up, get up there first kind of call for doubles. If you're not moving now, you better start moving because we are now calling the rest of the field. So round 3, need you to the lanes, please. Round 3, need you to the lanes. Once again, we need the rest of round 3. Round 3, need you to the lanes, please. Round 3. Hey folks, really quick while we have our quiet second before we begin round number 3, which is brought to you by Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters. Our California car cover, best appearing, going to go to David Saunders, that absolutely mint-looking Mustang. So congratulations, David, getting the California car cover best appearing, getting that Golden Shine Motorman kit from California car cover to keep that thing even shinier than it already is. Our Gibbs race car is best engineered, going to go to the Camaro of Bug McCarty. Man, a lot of great cars coming out of the McCarty camp, and they all work so nicely. And as mentioned earlier, this actually I figured mine out yesterday. Announcer's Choice, the Calvert Kettle Corn Announcer's Choice Award going to Bill Lofton and the big brown Chevy pickup truck. We want to congratulate all those folks getting our specialty awards for the weekend here at the ATI Performance Products BigFoot 75K. Now, here we go. Caleb Green. Caleb on his other entry, sitting on the bye. Going to try to stay doubled up against Logan Martin. 627 dial in for him, 693 for Logan. And one light will go to Caleb Green, 002 and a 29 with a 0 on a 27, 14th thou margin. Logan Martin had to break out by 5 thou to stay that close. Ernie Humes, the 72 Demon, out of Troutman, North Carolina, A1 Mobile Marine, down to 639, 757 for Lee Zane. And one light's going to go to Lee Zane on the double breakout. Bob Mullaney and Howie Adams, your next pair. Mullaney and Adams, 8 thou difference between the two of them. Win light is going to go to Bob Mullaney, 25 dead 0 over Howie. Jonathan Surratt and Rodney Fincham. 16th thou advantage for Rodney and the win light there as well. Jonathan took 22, needed to take 7 or less. Corey Funderburk and Scott Everhart, your next pair. Funderburk down in 633 to 695 for Everhart. Thunderberg turns it red, and boy, when he sees the other side of that, he's not going to be a happy boy. Scott Everhart going to round 4. Yeah, absolutely. Lucas Walker, 550 dial in. BTE, Hoosier, Rupert, Schaefer Oil, GZ Motorsports, 93 Mustang out of Murray, Kentucky. 550 the dial in against the 597 of Dan Casey from Thompson, Connecticut, NMRA champion. 85 Capri. Turns it red, Lucas carried him out about 150 feet. 550 with a 7, 00 far light, 11 pack for Lucas. He was all set for that one. Our 75K winner from last night. Soggy Dunn, Pottstown, Pennsylvania, 68 Camaro dialed 615 with Team EFR looking on. Going to be up against with a stick-shifted machine of Tommy Borgia. Ram Clutches helping him out. 756 dial-in for this Kentucky native. Borgia trying to stay out in front, needs a little help from Soggy, and he ain't getting it. 5 down margin of victory. Borgia was dead on with a 2, just a little late letting go of that third pedal. Good job by Borgia the last couple of days, but I believe that will be it for him for this weekend. Ricky Dunn and Ricky Greer. Ricky dialed in a 833, Ricky dialed in 629. Couple of Fox Body Mustangs. Ricky Dunn, 833. He's on the OK Sales Recycling side. Ricky Greer on the Carolina No Time side. And top end going to go to Ricky Dunn. Greer took 55. Needed to take 46 or less. Anna Blevins and Steve Sides, the Flirting with Disaster. 68 Chevelle up against Sides out of Fayetteville, dialed in a 663 to the 1979 Camaro. And if you're doubled up, folks, make sure you're getting back post haste. Sides right now needs a miracle. Hannah's not handing them out. 004 margin for Hannah, and Steve had to break out by a bunch to be there. Hannah was 10 and 89 with a 5 on an 88. Justin Hardman and Nick Hastings, your next pair. Nick dialed in 609 to 605 for Justin. Tooth down margin. 21 to a 19. Win light will go to Nick Hastings. Hardman took 25, needed to take 11 or less. And Nick goes down there and just kind of slides backwards. Justin Brusso and Dave Keaton, 13 thousandths difference. Massachusetts versus Maryland. That one's going to go to the Mass. Dave Keaton was 33 and 2 thou over. Still 5 thou behind to the 20 and 10 thou over Justin Brusso. Michael Kress, Murray, Kentucky-based 93 Mustang, 654. Going to get chased by Steve Alford's fox-bodied Mustang. The Rutgers Road Service Machine out of Angier, North Carolina, all in 638. Steve Alford is in a world of hurt. I think Terry knew it. He started walking away early. Win light will go to Michael Krass. The Mustang Mach 1 of Barry Norman. Couple of beautiful Mustangs down on the start line. I know, I think Barry might have won with us something with us as far as a specialty award before with his car, and I know Chris Plott car he's driving, Lucas Walker own machine is. And how about this? Both 003 and the win light and the 7-pack for Chris Plott. Chris Plott absolutely murdering it. Morgan Carroll and Chris Dixon. And Dixon, big time starting line advantage, and that'll get him the win. Buck McCarty, Dave Harvey Jr. 526 dial in. To the 683 002 light, and David Harvey Jr. is your winner. Tell you what, two of my favorite cars down on the starting line right now. The Calvert Cutacorn Opal. How can you not like an Opal? 565 dial in for Bobby Matera. Me being a Mopar guy, though, I love that Dodge Dart of Mike Franek. And by the way, last pass down the track, Franek laid down a 1-pack. So we've seen this thing at work. He is currently in the lead for the Bruzy Transmissions and Converters free torque converter at the end of the day. Somebody's got to go perfect if they want to get inside of that. Right now, 18 to a 19. And the win light going to go to Matera as Franek goes under this time. Matera, 18 dead, 7 win light. Brian Norman going to be your winner as Rodney Lunsford, 6 thousandths early on his let go. And the win light that time going to go to Devin Dudley over Jerry Ashcraft. 8th thou advantage to start line, 3rd thou advantage at the finish line for Devin. Trip McCarty, the Hazelhurst, Georgia based vehicle, going to get beat by Chad Six's problems for McCarty, shutting it off early. Joe Foley and Scott Macy. Foley, big advantage at the hit, and it will be Joe Foley getting the win and headed to round 4. .006 to a 16. Advantage, Matt Ward over Tony Matera. Tony trying to make it work at the top end, will not be able to do it. 6 dead, 9 for Matt Ward. His 15 pack beats the 16 light of Tony Matera. Rodney Fincham and Lee Zane. 746 dial in for Fincham, the Fast and Fincham Nova out of Newport, Tennessee. Coming up against the Mousetrap Buick Apollo of Lee Zane out of Elmer, New Jersey. That's where they make glue and fuds. The Apollo and its brother, the Nova, headed down the racetrack, should be and will be Lee Zane getting the win light. 758 at 82 miles an hour. Rocco Ciccone Jr. and Garrett Howell, the Barney colored dart dialed in 646. 8:39 for Rocco and the Street Mustang. Rocco's deep stage is quicker than anybody. Unfortunately, 006 too soon that time. Garrett was 003 behind him, so he was ready. Garrett dialed 646, goes 44 with a 6, and Rocco going to be done for the weekend. Here comes Mayhem. Howie Adams. 523 dial into a 618 for Richard Alford Jr. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Richard Alford, 8th down margin of victory. 19-25 versus Howie, and 19 with a 1 and an 18 for Alford. Caroline McCarty and Logan Martin. $16th hour advantage for Martin versus Caroline McCarty. Logan driving away from her at the top end. He's trying to get on the other side of it. Gonna be the winner. 19 dead 8. And Caroline bows out. Tim Douglas and Ernie Humes. Douglas down 617 to 639 for Ern. A1 Mobile Marine, 1972 Demon. Big Ern. Standing watch there on the OK Sales and Recycling side. 17th hour, the difference between the two of them. S10 might need to chase him to the woods to get him. The win light will go to Ernie, 004 margin of victory, 640 at 102. And Douglas, 42 dead 3, won't get it done. Chris Dixon, 645 dial in for Chris. Roxborough native. Moving up in the Carolina No Time side of the racetrack. Up against Bob Mullaney. 641 dial in. Mullaney and Dixon. It's going to be Chris Dixon, 46 with a 6 and a 45. 008 margin of victory. Mullaney, 1 thou under and a 29 light. Still not there. Jonathan Surratt and Rodney Lunsford. Oh, the Miller Killer, 11 to a 29 versus Lunsford, and the win light. Ran 600s off. Rodney, not going to be happy. He took 43, needed to take 42 or less. Michael Krass and Corey Funderburg. Funderburg down 628, 655 for Krass. Battle of the Fox Bodies looking pretty good for the one that's in the OK Sales and Recycling side. Michael Krass continues on as Funderburk. A little bit late on the let go. Dan Casey and Nick Hastings next up. Hastings and Casey. Nick's been winning a lot of stuff this weekend. Probably going to continue on here. Casey hoping for a little bit of that help down there that he was asking for and was not going to get it dead on with a 6, but 49 light won't cut it. Yeah, Nick Hastings will be your winner. Your buy run going to be the bull, Caleb Green. And the bull, 628, 109 miles an hour on the 627 on his buy run. Getting the dragracesolutions.com buy run.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
And racers, not sure how many of shirts. Mike, did you see how many shirts we had left? Not many. Not too many event shirts left, but might want to go down there and take a look. See, I did spend some time earlier in the Piedmont Speed Shop, and really outstanding setup in there. Lots and lots of cool Piedmont gear. If you want a souvenir to take home for, especially some of you folks that are down here maybe for the first time or don't get down here that often. Some really great choices and lots of different selections for Piedmont gear, as well as having some good basic stuff you might need. Fix your race car in a hurry if we are running short on, if you break something. Always a good place to start out. But we are getting ready to start getting cars in lanes for round number 4 of our Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters Sunday here at the ATI Performance Product BigFoot 75K. Giving guys a little bit of a break, been running them pretty hard so far today. Round 4 doubles. We need our round 4 doubles. Come on up to the lanes, please. We got 2 of the 5. Round 4 doubles. Just the doubles at this point, please. All right, we need the rest of round 4. We need the rest of round 4. Bring them up, racers. We need the rest of round 4. Bring them up, racers. David Harvey, number 1109. David Harvey from Atco, New Jersey. And he admits it. David Harvey. David Harvey, you are sitting on the bye if there is one. Lane choice if there isn't. It's just nice right here where I'm at right now. It's nice out here. If they can just bring a screen out here for me and I'll just lean against this post and do my job from back here. What's up, guys? Well, again, we have called the rest of round 4 and David Harvey is sitting on the bye if there is one. Lane choice if there isn't. And if I'm doing my math right, it might be the last bye or another day. And once again, we have called to the staging lanes all of round 4. Bring them up, racers. Come on. Hey, Lee. Lee, Michael said he'd come out of retirement to make you a mousetrap decal. Racers might want to start getting into your vehicles. I think we're going to be starting our round 4 here very shortly. By the way, just a little heads up here. Still in the lead for the best package of the weekend and the potential to get that free Abruzzi transmissions and converters. Let me read it exactly how it says. The free 8 or 9 inch torque converter from Abruzzi transmissions and converters. Mike Franek, 1-pack. So you all got to get inside of that. Anybody can be perfect. That's what you got to do in order to get that right now. Mike Franek sitting on it right now. Good to see J.J. Pennington out there. We're watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. As we start out, round number 4, Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters Sunday here at the ATI Performance Products BigFoot 75K. First pair looks like a pair we saw last round. Lee Zane still doubled up out of Elmer, New Jersey in the Buick Apollo. 757 dial-in, 746 for Rodney Fincham. The Baston Fincham Nova out of Tennessee. On this absolutely beautiful day here in North Carolina, Piedmont Dragway, Loose Rocker and the Piedmont crew bringing you this race. $12,000 difference between the two. Finish line comes up. Win light will go to the Apollo on the double breakout. 54 with an 8 on the 57. Fincham under by a little over 400ths, and that will park him for the weekend. By the way, if you're in this round, win or lose, congratulations. You got money coming to you. Nick Hastings, to the shock of absolutely no one, still doubled. Dialed in 608. Up against Lucas Walker from Murray, Kentucky, the 1993 Mustang, dialed in a 550. Lucas has gone a lot of rounds this weekend looking for that elusive t-shirt shot. $16 to a 26. Hastings, top end, gets the win light. 16 to 8. His 24 light beats the 24 pack beats the 26 light of Walker. In this round, being brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires. Best losing package will get a $250 certificate to Mickey Thompson. Hannah Blevins and Justin Brusso, your next pair. And a dialed in 587 for Bubblegum, 651 for Brusso going deep in the S-Dime out of Massachusetts. $16,000 advantage going to the young lady. But the win is going to go to Brusso. $3,000 margin of victory over Hannah. Justin Brusso going to round 5. Caleb Green and Garrett Howe. Caleb still rolling with 2. Coming up against the purple Dodge Dart of Garrett Howe. A lot of purple on the starting line there. Caleb gonna need a little bit of luck on his side for this one. Ain't gonna get it. Win light gonna go to Garrett Howe. Michael Crass. Still 2 entries in. Coming up against Chris Plott. Plott dialed in 590, rolling in deep in the Mustang. The early Mustang, Lucas Walker owned hot rod, 655 dial in for Crass out of Murray, Kentucky. In his 1993 Mustang, Crass Tire and Lube helping him out. Double a 1 to a 36. Advantage Plott, win light Plott. 92 with a 9 on a 90 over Michael Crass. Chris Dixon and Stephen Dunn, your next pair. Dixon, the last of our doubles to make it up here. He's dialed 643 to the 615 for Soggy. Yesterday's champ still in. 6 to a 10 at the hit. Soggy Dunn, Chris Dixon. It's going to be Chris Dixon. 6 dead 8, 14 pack. Soggy took 6, needed to take 4 or less to get the win. Great drag race there between Dixon and Dunn. And that will end Soggy's weekend, but what a weekend it was. Scott Everhart, Lexington-based Mustang, dialed 695. 639 for Ernie Humes out of Troutman, A1 Mobile Marine Demon. And Ernie catches him at the 330 and gets the win light. Ernie Humes moving on. And Scott Everhart, we got a little bit around the money for it. Brian Norman and Bob Mullaney, your next pair. Mullaney dialed in 640 from Mays Landing, New Jersey. 551 for Norman. Severn, Maryland, the home base of the Autofab Race Cars Mustang. Finish line comes out, win light will go to Bob Mullaney. Big Bucks Bob moving on. And Brian Norman done for the weekend. Matt Ward and Ricky Dunn. A couple of South Carolina guys going at it. Ward, the 69 Camaro on the Carolina No Time Production side. He'll be chasing the 833 dial and a Ricky Dunn, the OK Sales and Recycling side, based 1988 Mustang. Or 006, wrong side. Gonna handle into Ricky Dunn. Ricky, 838 on the 33, moving around at number 5. Joe Foley and Devin Dudley, your next pair. Devin dialed a 674. Coming out of water, Charlottesville, Virginia. 90 Mustang LX. Mickey Thompson and Mount Road Transmission helping him out. Foley and Dudley. 7th out difference between the two of them. Advantage. Dudley, win light, gonna go to Foley. Dudley didn't make enough smoke at the finish line, and Foley will move on to round number 5. Chad 6 and Richard Alford Jr. Chad out in 6:03, 6:19 for Alford. Red light for Chad 6, and Mr. Alford going to continue on. Next up, Jonathan Surratt and Bobby Matera. Well, it's not Jonathan, but might be T. Miller in there. The Big J Towing Malibu out in 6:04. Says Jonathan. Just ain't Jonathan. Bobby Matera, the Calvert Kettle Corn Opal, dialed in 5:65. Starting line advantage going to go to the Opal, and he'll be your winner. Bobby Matera going to round 5. Logan Martin and Lee Zane. I got to give Lee credit. He doesn't really discriminate with tires. Got Mickey fronts and Hoosier back. The Mousetrap dialed 757, 693 for Logan Martin. Both of them going to knock the top bulb out. And somebody let Lee get out there and get on a streak. But he takes too much finish line, breaks out by a thou. And he won't be real happy when he sees the slip there. Got a few more pair coming, and then a bye run. Michael Crass and Chris Dixon, 643 to a 654. Starting line advantage going to go to the man from Kentucky, and he'll be your winner, Michael Crass. Caleb Green and Nick Hastings, your last pair. So Hastings and Caleb Green. Hastings and Green. Gonna be Nick Hastings. 6'12", 108 miles an hour. Caleb Green bows out for the day. Your bye run, David Harvey Jr. So I do believe we have one double left, and we will wait on that double to get back and call everybody else. But we do have one double left, and we'll wait for him to get back in the lanes, and then we'll start calling everybody else in.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
Once again, just to kind of reiterate why it's quiet again, our specialty awards. In the specialty awards given out at each of our loose rocker races, the California car cover best appearing went to David Saunders, getting a Golden Shine Motorman kit, courtesy of them. Beautiful little purple Mustang. The Camaro of Bug McCarty getting the Gibbs Race Cars and Performance Parts Best Engineered. A $75 gift certificate to them. And then the Calvert Kettle Corn Round the Announcer's Choice. Round the Announcer's Choice going to the big brown truck. Bill Lofton at Calvert Kettle Corn certificate will be coming his way as well. Lucas Walker, you did not win that last round, but Lucas, you did win, courtesy of Mickey Thompson, a $250 gift certificate. Once we get your cars down, again, we are waiting. I haven't even looked down here to see what's going on yet. Michael said I was in charge, and that's dangerous. We are waiting for our double to get back. I believe Nick Hastings, our last double. Once Nick's in the lanes, we will call the rest of you down. Sitting on the bye run, if there is one. Lane choice, if there isn't, will be Chris Plott. Round 5 will be brought to you by Jones Transmission Cooling System. Best losing package in round 5 will get a $200 gift certificate to Jones Transmission Cooling System. We need the rest of the round into the lanes, please. Need the rest of the rounds in the lane, please. Again, we do need the rest of the cars in the lanes at this time, please. Oh, once again, we do need to the staging lanes at this time. The rest of the round, need you guys up here. Thank you. The racers will be loading up here, and we'll be ready for round number 5 here in just a couple of short minutes. Here we go, round number 5, getting ready to come at you. Nick Hastings and Justin Brusso going to start things out. Brusso out of Southbridge, Massachusetts, 651 dialing to the 610 for Nick Hastings. The nationwide auto sponsored machine out of Shelby, Ohio, 81 T1000 LS motor. Sticky Mickey's on the back and a tiger tail out the hatch up against Justin Brusso's S10 on the Carolina No Time side of the racetrack. Advantage going to go to Hastings. Hastings stays doubled. 611 on the 1 on the 610. 12th down margin for Nick. Brusso broke out. Had to do it to be even that close. Bob Mullaney and Garrett Howell, your next pair. Mullaney down in 641, the Mays Landing, New Jersey, 84 Camaro. Chris Valentino, the car owner, watching as Garrett Howell in the Purple Dart just got here today. Trying to make it worth the while, but right now, it's a Mullaney kind of show, and it's going to be Bob Mullaney moving on to the round of 8. 007 for Mullaney. Chris Dixon and David Harvey Jr., your next pair. 683 to a 681. And the win light will go to Harvey. Harvey, 003 to 009. Ernie Humes, the A1 Mobile Marine. Demon dialed in 638. Bobby Matera, the Calvert Kettle Corn Opal, dialed in 565. But our St. Patrick's Foot Brake Triple 10 Sunday, he had a pretty good day. I think he'd like to repeat that. 2 thou difference, 18 to a 20. Matera, Humes, it's going to be a 1 thou breakout for Matera. 18 to 8 for Ernie. Matera, 20. And a 64 with a 9 on a 65. He had room, he just took 1 thou too many. Joe Foley and Ricky Dunn. Ricky dialed in 835 to a 6 flat for Joe. 1983 Mustang. In and set. And very disappointed Ricky Dunn as the car all of a sudden started to push right through the beams. Win light will go to Joe Foley. Next up, Logan Martin and Richard Alford Jr. Alfred Dallas 619, 693 for Logan Martin. The Maverick will roll in deep on the Carolina No Time Production side. Alfred on the OK Sales and Recycling side, dialed 619. Trip zip to 008. Richard Alford, a Logan Martin, it's going to be Alford, lays down a 4-pack. Martin, 93 dial in, went a 92 with a 9 and a 008, and was still 3 thou behind and losing. Lee Zane and Michael Crash, your next pair, and I think we got one more pair after this with Nick Hastings and Chris Plott. Zane dialed in 755 out of Elmer, New Jersey in the Apollo. Crash dialed in 654, Murray, Kentucky, the home base of the 93 Mustang. Double 01 to a 12. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Lee Zane. 7-pack for Lee Zane. Crash is 12 and 11 thou over and 16 thou behind. Hey, Michael Crash, you did not win that round, but you did win, courtesy of Jones Transmission Cooling Systems, a $200 gift certificate to Jones Transmission Cooling Systems. Again, we do have one more pair coming up in this round of 16, round number 5. So as soon as we get those two cars ready, we got Nick Hastings versus Chris Plott. Here comes our final pair in round 5 coming around. So your final pair, Chris Plott, $5.90 Island for Chris. Carolina No Time Production side of the racetrack. Driving the Mustang up against the T1000 and Nick Hastings, trying to stay double down in 6:09. $12,000 difference between the two of them. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Chris Plott, dead zero. Hastings under by 2,000. Had a 12,000 advantage at the starting line and gets beat. So the win light will go to Chris Plott. So we are down to 8 individual racers. Those racers can make their way to the lanes at their convenience. We will be pairing you up here in just a few minutes. And again, Michael Crass, you did not win that round, but you did win, courtesy of Jones Transmission Cooling Systems, a Jones Transmission Cooling System $200 gift certificate.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
Well, folks, let's lay it out for you, as Michael will be down there in a minute to help pair up, I believe. So here are your pairings. And quite honestly, it's nasty. Richard Alford Jr. getting lane choice over Chris Plott. Lee Zane will get lane choice over Joe Foley. David Harvey Jr. getting lane choice over Nick Hastings. And Bob Mullaney, Big Bucks Bob, getting lane choice over Ernie Humes. There you go, kids. Do what you will with that. Yep, if you're out there watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Summit Racing Equipment, let's just say that this is must-watch TV coming up here in the next few rounds. Again, guys, we do need our winners back to the lanes, please. Winners need you back to the lanes. Folks, think we're getting ready to pull out our quarterfinalists. There we go, folks. Down to the round of 8. Richard Alford Jr. and Chris Plott going to start things off. Man, this is a up in lights every pair. These guys are all killers on the racetrack right now. Alford, again, the line said is you couldn't fit the money the man's won in that car. Same goes for Chris Plott. $590 dial in for Chris. Battle of North Carolina with Richard Alford out in a 619. 6 now difference between Plott and Alford. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Plott 15 dead 3. Alford takes 8. Had to break out by 11th thou to do it. Chris Plott made him mathematically ineligible. Joe Foley and Lee Zane, your next pair. What's wrong with you? Oh. Zane in the Apollo Dowd 756 up against Joe Foley. Driving David Stebner's Duster down in a 599. 002 red for Joe. That sends Lee into the semifinals. 751 on the 56. Nick Hastings and David Harvey Jr., your next pair. The Shelby, Ohio native down to 609. David Harvey down to 683. Nick's won a bunch. David's won a bunch with Loose Rocker. Valiant in set, ready to go. 8 to a 21. Finish line coming up, 683 dial in. It's going to be 8 dead 6 for Harvey. Makes the 21 light of Hastings a moot point. And Nick is done for the weekend, but what a great weekend for Nick Hastings, man. Final pair, Ernie Humes, Bob Mulaney, an almost heads-up deep stage battle here. Mulaney coming in from Mays Landing, New Jersey, down in a 640 to the 639 for Ern. 5 to a 22. Advantage for the man from New Jersey. Win light for the man from North Carolina. Gets behind. Margin of victory, 1 thou. Ernie under by 7 thou. Bob under by 8 thou. Bob took 18. Needed to slide a little behind.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
And folks, your pairings in the semifinals. Lee Zane with lane choice over Ernie Humes, and David Harvey Jr. with lane choice over Chris Plott. So a couple of New Jersey versus North Carolina battles coming up in the semifinal. Once they get back, we'll turn those guys right back around for you. Hey, Bob Mullaney, you did not win that round, but you did win courtesy of ATI, a case of ATI Performance Products, ATI Super F transmission fluid. So, Bob Mullaney, we do have that here for you. So again, we do need our semifinalists to the lanes, please. Semifinalists, we do need you to the lanes, please. Here we go, folks. Now we're going to put some cars into the finals. By running through this semifinal, we got ourselves 4 absolutely outstanding racers left over right now. Chris Plott and Lucas Walker's Mustang down in a 590. It's been there all day long. Going to be up against the 683 of Dave Harvey Jr. Atco, New Jersey versus North Carolina. Both guys will knock the top bulb out. In fact, all 4 guys left are deep stagers. Well, Jersey versus North Carolina, run 1, 9 to a 28 advantage. North Carolina win light, North Carolina. Chris Plott, 13th down margin. He's a 009, 92 with a 1 on a 90. David Harvey Jr., 28 light and an 84 with a 5 on an 83. Again, 13th down deficit for David Harvey. Chris Plott is in the final. Who will it be? Is it going to be North Carolina and Jersey again? Or are we going to have an all North Carolina final? Right now we have Ernie Humes, the Troutman, North Carolina, A1 Mobile Marine, 72 Demon on the Carolina No Time production side. Up against the OK Sales and Recycling side, the Mousetrap, Buick Apollo of Lee Zane. 005 to 009. Get ready to see some stopping. It's going to be Zane 6-pack versus Ernie Humes. 005 dead 1. Ernie Humes 009 637. Dial-in goes 639 2. And folks, his 009 light was mathematically ineligible versus Lee Zane 6-pack. So it'll be Lee Zane and Chris Plott in the final.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
Please.
No, it definitely does. And I'll see you in a bit once you get over this last one. Thank you. Appreciate that. Glad I'm still keeping up, you know? You get your own conversation? Oh, no, yes. I'm just like, yeah, I was listening to you. Alright, that sounds good. No problem. So it means that I have to push my limits. Yeah, he talks. Not his one. His process.
Folks, remember, coming up here for Loose Rocker, May 13th to 15th, a mere 4 weeks away, is going to be the Summit Racing Equipment Super Pro 75K Challenge. An all top ET Super Pro. Same financial setup as this, $12,500 win on Friday and Sunday. Saturday is going to be $75,000 to win. And that is coming up May 13th to 15th, Thursday through Saturday, here at Piedmont Dragway, brought to you by Loose Rocker, the Summit Racing Equipment inaugural Super Pro 75K Challenge. And I'll get to see something here that I have never seen in all my years of coming to Piedmont, which would be dragsters going down the racetrack. So, folks, I hear motors firing up. I see cars coming around the corner. Here we go. The final run of the day. Well, Chris Plott just going to pull on around and wait patiently. Well, folks, here's your final pair of the weekend on a Bluesy Transmissions and Converters Sunday at the ATI Performance Products. BigFoot 75K going to come down to Lee Zane out of Elmer, New Jersey. The Buick Apollo with Marie looking on. Going to be in down at 7:55 in the OK Sales and Recycling side of the racetrack. Up against Chris Plott, the beautiful black Mustang, owned by Lucas Walker, getting ready to bump in deep in the Carolina No Time production side of things. Chris is ready. Lee is ready. And it's going to be Lee Zane. Look at Marie. Lee Zane, your winner, 006 red for Plott. Lee goes and drops anyways, 10 dead 6 for Lee, just to make sure you knew. Chris Plott, what a great day for him. But he goes 006 in the final, but Lee Zane is your winner. Oh, by the way, Lee took 005 in that too. Congratulations, Lee Zane. What a great race. So congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to thank everybody who's made their way down here this weekend to Piedmont Dragway. We really appreciate everybody who made the effort. It was outstanding. And what a bunch of great racing. This whole weekend has had some of the toughest, closest racing I've seen on any side, foot brake or otherwise. Also, want to thank those of you that have been watching on Motor Mania TV presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Like I said, the next Loose Rocker race coming up in just 4 weeks here at Piedmont Dragway, the Summit Racing Equipment Super Door Car 75K Challenge coming up here. And you'll hear me in a couple of weekends at the Law Chevrolet Working Man's 10 Grands from Killcare. But yep, we got a lot going on here, folks. We're going to be back here in 4 weeks with Loose Rocker and Team Piedmont. We want to thank everybody who's made their way. Congratulations to all the racers this weekend who made this a great racing weekend. But until then, hey, hold on a second. I want to do one more thing before I stop. Hey, Larry, pick a number between 1 and 8. Oh, Chris Plott will win the DragRaceSolutions.com Buy Run Award, and Mike Franek, congratulations, you are a winner, Mike. Mike, he was waiting. He wins, and he's right here waiting for me, a free 8 or 9 inch torque converter, courtesy of Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Ron Huntley, coming from Piedmont Dragway. Team Loose Rocker, Team Piedmont says goodbye. Hope to see you down the road soon.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.